Good morning, everyone. I say the pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to come and to exercise discretion and wisdom for the county. God, please give us patience and grace and help the leadership of this county make wise decisions. Thank you. Amen.
Danielle. Approval of the minutes. I make a motion, we approve.
I'll second the motion to approve the minutes.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $570,584.69.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There you go.
Thank you.
I sign this one now?
Mhm.
We have two ads and abates totaling $3,636.28, 2024-268 and 2024-269. I make a motion, we approve the ads and abates.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You just sign the bottom of that on both?
Yep, you both need to sign each page. Thank you.
Approval of the agenda. Are there any changes?
I don't.
I don't believe I have any. IT is moving to the third week instead of the second week, so we can strike them from the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. I just need to add an executive session at 8:30 for job description.
8:30.
I'm sorry, 11:30. Let's look at the wrong one. With the attorney and the commissioners.
Okay.
And taking out IT, and I make a motion, we approve the agenda with those changes.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Lisa's not here this morning.
Lisa was unable to make it, but she is seeking your approval for a new hire.
Okay.
The name of the individual is Yer Yang.
You like that? I don't have any objection on it.
I'll make a motion that we approve the hire of Yuri Yang for the, it'll be for the appraiser's office at 8A 17.99 for the pay rate.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. I have the sheriff's report if you'd like for me to.
Okay. Sheriff's report, go ahead.
Sheriff's report for July 14th, 2025. Total prisoners is 60, 11 releases this past week. Prisoners in of 59, total farmed out of 1, total farmed in of 39, 911 calls of 89, jail contacts 4,779, total calls for service of 550, civil service papers served of 18, VIN inspections 3, new cases open 22, cases closed 7, vehicle crashes 5, SRO activities 0, bailiff contacts 139 with 32 resulting in calls for service, and livestock out of 1.
Thank you. Dawn? Good morning.
Good morning, Dawn Brooks, manager for AMR. I have your monthly report, July 1 through 13. This month so far, we've had 4 calls in Blue Mound, 2 transports, 1 call Greeley, 1 transport, 17 in Lacine, 7 transports, 3 in Linn Valley, 3 transports, 1 in Mapleton, 1 transport, 12 in Mound City, 5 transports, 3 in Parker, 0 transports, 14 in Pleasanton, 7 transports, Prescott 2 calls, 0 transports for a total of 57 calls and 26 transports.
Okay.
Okay. And then I got an email from Danielle Friday
Right.
about asking about decreasing the subsidy, just so I can do my homework this week. Are you set on a specific number you're thinking? I want to be able to present some options, whether that means reducing resources or spreading that out over time. I'm not really sure. I just want to be able to give you good options. Do you have a set number in mind, or you just want to know if it could be decreased overall?
We were thinking like half of that, of the 75,000
Okay, so 75,000 total, because we were doing 150 total.
Right.
over 2 years, but
Okay, I will take that to the team and come up with some solutions or options for you.
sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Anything else
Dawn.
I can answer?
No.
Do you want me to respond in an email? Do you want me to bring that information back here?
I think an email's
Email's fine to
Okay.
Danielle. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
fine. Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwold, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Management. Last week's call totals, we had 11 total calls, brings our yearly total up to 355. Something else, just for information, I was asked about possibly Pleasanton Fire Department has 2 individuals on it that are currently on the county fire department. I was asked by the mayor about them using their county equipment at the city fire station. Kind of want to just throw that out there for commissioners' thoughts and recommendations, and if they had any questions about that.
So do they carry their equipment with them at all times?
No, right now, those 2 firefighters, their equipment is at the Station 920 in Pleasanton.
But do we do that in other areas?
Some of them that live remotely will carry their equipment with them, but they're responding as county firefighters. Have one that lives out at Tanglewood that he's kind of in between Station 950 and 940, so I allow him to go to both stations. He's about the only one that still carries his gear with him. Everybody else keeps them in the stations.
Okay.
Did he receive the email that they are not responding now?
At all?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I know they're working through some equipment issues. Once they started going through gear, they found out that they had maybe 1 or 2 sets that was compliant to use in structural firefighting. And so I think that's part of the reasons for not responding is that liability. My concern with it is if they're
So they're not responding to,
anything.
so if there's a city of Pleasanton fire, county is now responding to everything.
Yeah, we're
Not the
running.
city of Pleasanton, even though we went through that whole entire, months of them keeping their fire department, we received an email that they're not responding.
Yeah,
So my thoughts is that's a liability if the equipment would be county and then they go to get the county equipment and then they respond to a city call. I don't know. Maybe it's a,
That'd be my concern as well, that and if they want to keep it at the city station, then I lose those 2 firemen as county firefighters because that equipment, where are you going to store it? But then if it's damaged, are they going to replace it or we're going to be out that cost of that?
Yeah, I don't think it's,
I think it gets tricky and
I do too.
I'm not in favor of that, but
Okay.
I'm not either.
okay.
Okay. The only other thing I have is, from the EM budget, it's my understanding you guys cut that 10,000.
We were talking about cutting
Yeah.
10,000.
Just, and you guys have the numbers, but I didn't raise it one bit. I did change it around to try to get the budget where we could start budgeting for adding some new storm sirens at like the lakes and different areas
What
of the
would-
county.
What is that going to cost? Because I mean, the discussion on that, Randy, was that, what was it, 137,000 in special equipment already saved back. What do you have as far as, what are those sirens going to cost? Do you have enough to cover those or?
About $80,000 each.
Okay,
And so this is just one of those things, just trying to build in the budget to
continue.
continue it, but also I got $5,000 a year. It's going to take 20 years to get that built back up to replace another one or add another one. So yeah, there's that much in the special equipment, but it would eat into it real quick if we started.
And that was our question. You
Yeah.
know, we didn't just cut it.
Yeah, no, and that's, I guess that's.
So
the other
you're saying we
communication
need to
thing.
stay at the 10,000?
I would like to see it stay there just to keep that going. So we have special equipment transfer here of 10,000.
When are we gonna start buying the sirens? We've got enough in there to buy one, are we
I
gonna?
would like to do 2 at once. We can get a little bit better deal because a lot of those companies aren't local. And so they charge us that fee to come down, mileage and all that. So if we could do 2 at one time,
Okay.
that's what my goal was, to do 2 at once, get one at the park and then one of the lake communities for now.
Okay,
So,
We'll note the budget and,
yeah.
you know,
And the other thing was last year, end of the year, we'd budgeted that $10,000 transfer. And then at the end of the year, what we don't spend also goes into that special equipment. That transfer was not done for EM last year. It was just lumped and shoved right back into general instead of into the EM special equipment.
is that something we can change since we haven't been audited?
Once that motion, you had to do that by the end of the year. What
Okay.
I was wanting to use that for was in the past, our AC contractor has went around and said, hey, our EM AC is one of them that's on its last leg. And that's one thing I was also wanting to take out of the special equipment with last year's stuff that didn't get transferred. So this was kind of build up for that AC replacement as well. So just a couple of projects that would come out of that. So
Thanks for updating us.
no problem.
you want Danielle to look into that then on the transfer?
Yeah, I wasn't here when that transfer should have
Yeah.
been made, but if I get direction from you to make that adjustment, I can do that.
Do you want to do that?
So
As long
state,
as we can do that, I don't see why we wouldn't go
so
back.
statute, it had to be done before December 31st.
Oh.
It's something that can't be done
The,
after.
the fact that, but I mean, we moved it to general fund
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
Yeah,
And
so
what Scott's been saying is, as long as we haven't had our audit, we can go back and make adjustments on things of that nature. So I think we just look into it
Question?
Yeah.
and make sure we're gonna be okay or not okay and go from there.
Yep, I'll look into that.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
That is all I have
Okay.
for today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Chastity?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll start with, we interviewed Frank Palumbo as the part-time park maintenance gentleman. And we are requesting to hire him at 7B Matrix, on the Matrix, for that part-time park maintenance position.
And what's that amount?
16.9195.
I'll make a motion. We hire Frank Palumbo for the part-time park maintenance position at 7B 16.9195.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Cassidy, did you fill out the employee change form for that?
No, he's gonna come in and do whatever he needs to do.
Well, this is an in-house
Okay.
form for HR.
Okay, perfect.
So before you leave, just put your signature on here if you would.
Awesome. I also have an updated park year-to-date report. I think the last one you got was maybe just a little bit off
Okay.
in figures, so this is a little bit more accurate than updated one. I think there was a number missing or something the last time, so. And just an FYI, Sherry is going to continue to update this at this point with the figures that she receives, so. I'll bring them to you each month, but Sherry's going to take care of that.
Okay.
The next thing I have for you is, this is just an example of Vision Zero resolution. Ordinance back on June 24th. I submitted a rather large document, just so you can see it's this thick. It's a copy of the Southeast Kansas Comprehensive Safety Action Plan for Linn County. We're in partnership with Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. This plan was developed with the intent of improving transportation safety throughout the county across all modes of transportation. By adopting this resolution, this formalizes Linn County's commitment to eliminating traffic deaths and serious injuries. It will also open the doors to Safe Streets for All implementation, grant funding, the technical assistance and regional partnerships that need to take place, and it aligns the county policy with the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission and broader U.S. Department of Transportation goals. So I have a copy of that for you. I also, like I said, it was submitted on page 29 in that large document, but I also have a copy here for you today, just for you to take a look at. If we could get this potentially maybe signed and adopted in the next couple of weeks, that would be great. The commitment to this means nothing. We do not have to do anything, but we can't do anything without it.
Okay.
So just an FYI on that.
And are they done with the studies?
Yes.
Okay.
Back on June 24th. And we're not committed to those locations that they gave to us in this document. If you guys know of an area that you would like for them to investigate, they will be more than happy to do a little more research and potentially take that upon consideration more than what the locations and situations that they have provided in this document. So
I remember now when you presented on this, and didn't the attorney say something about if we're committed to this, that we have to be really careful with something with what we sign? I just want her to kind of go over that.
no, yeah, agreed. Like I said, I don't need a commitment today. I just wanted this to be in your hands. I wanted to
Okay.
follow up with it. And you guys, I drug my feet digging into this because I was like, holy moly, it's a large document. But I finally spent a weekend, 2 weekends ago, digging into it and looking into it. And after several conversations with Jesse and I and my lady at Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission, like I said, even if we do nothing, that's perfectly fine. We just can't go forward if we wanted to do something. So I just wanted you to be aware about that.
You probably just said it, but I wasn't paying.
Nope, you're good.
What was the date? Oh, July 21st. We have to have an answer. Is that what it has to prove?
Well, I think this is just my date that I
okay.
put on there. Yeah, we don't have an actual, we do have a time frame, but I don't think it's till like later months. But that was my date to say, I want to make sure I get this back to you, or check back in with you, I should say.
Can
But
we
that's
put
not,
Vision Zero on the agenda for July 28th.
we can do 28th even. I mean, whenever. I want you guys to have some time to take a look at that document.
And I'll make sure the attorney gets it.
And she may have that. I don't know if Danielle, when I sent this to you, if you submitted that to her by chance or not, but I can resubmit it to her. That's not a problem.
I did not. So
Okay.
If you want to do that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. I also just wanted to let you know that I'm also I'm waiting on 2 bids to come in for some remodel here in the commissioner's room that Ally has requested. So I hope to have that to you by July 28th. I'm also currently working on collecting data for the RFPs to see what was spent in the last 3 years that go coincide with the OpenGov that we talked about in regards to the procurement and licensing. We had our first meeting last Friday. We're going to have another meeting in 2 weeks where they're going to do demonstrations for us. So one last thing that I didn't have time to get prepped and put into my thing, mainly because I got it after I sent my report to you, but we do have our first round of the branding, logo, fonts, color tones. And I'm really excited next Monday to be able to share those 3. We're going to start with 3 and then go from there. You guys can help make some changes and thoughts and that sort of thing. So the last thing I have is I just need about a 7-minute trade secret meeting in regards to piece of property. So
I'll make a motion that we recess into executive session for 7 minutes to discuss trade secrets pursuant to Kansas KSA 7543-19B4, data relating to financial affairs of trade secrets, returning at 9:30.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
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 like to discuss the permitting fees for burial permits, for utility construction, the right of way, for private utility open trench, and private utility parallel install open trench. Right now, they sit at $1,600 with the permitting fee and the paperwork fees. For every other one, for the public utilities, it's $300. It states in this document that any work that needs to be done by the county after this is installed to repair anything is going to cost, is at the cost of those who put it in. So we don't really think that this needs to be $1,600. We'd like it to be the $100 fee and then the 300 or the 200 that the rest of the utilities are.
And what was this one for?
This is for burial permits in the right of way, for public utility open trench, or private utility open trench, and private utility parallel install open
So
trench.
this would be like if they're hooking up a house? Or
Yes.
something along those lines?
Yes.
I don't necessarily have a problem with it. Can we just pull from the website all of our permits and kind of go over that and just give you an answer next week?
I believe,
Is that okay?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of it? You want to email to it?
I've got a copy of the permit right here.
Okay. Do you have a burial permit that we need to approve?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay,
Permit.
cool.
So
So do you want us to approve the
The 300
change first?
first.
In the
before
price
we
and
do-
then-
Yes,
Okay, can we look at that and then get
because
back
it'll
to you?
change.
Would we not want to be doing that as part of a resolution so that we're having it easier to find in the future?
I believe that would be the correct approach.
That was one thing I'd asked Danielle on, and we weren't real sure. So if we could do a resolution, that'd be great. We can get your resolution number for that. For these burial permits, I've been approached quite a bit lately by private individuals who want to put in their private utilities crossroads to hook up to a house, a barn, with power and water. I feel we need to make this fair all the way across the board and just do $300 for private utilities and public utilities to keep them the same. In the contract, it states that if it's not put back the way it is and the county has to come back and do it, then the applicant is responsible for those costs for the county to come back and fix it. With this burial permit that we have today, I would like to ask if we could just have the fee be $300, come back to you next week with a resolution to change this on the burial permit application, and bring that back to you next week with a
What's
resolution.
the current resolution on it? Do you know the number? I'm looking at 2023-07. That's what's on our website. That's under fee schedule. Is that the correct location where you're pulling that
Are you on
from?
the road department? You on the website?
Yes, it should be the Linn County permit fee schedule.
Okay. Were there, while we do the resolution, are there any other changes that you would want to highlight for us to review to go over that?
I didn't see any others in there. They did a good job writing that to where all the bases are covered between the county and the applicant as far as what they need to do for as-built and cleanup. And the only thing I'd like to change is the fees.
On that one that you have, can you just highlight the one you want changed and put the number by it so we can go over it with the attorney when she gets back in here?
You bet.
Yeah, we've got it.
Okay. You can just leave it with us and
Do we want to approve this burial permit that we have with us today for this applicant? Or do you want to,
well, didn't you want to change the cost?
I would like to change the cost now. We can
Can I
hang.
see it? They haven't been waiting that long, right?
They just brought that in on Friday.
And that,
Is there a rush on it?
I know they want to get started here in the next a little bit next week.
If you could just wait till she gets back in from that meeting, we might be able to handle it.
Okay, that'd be fine.
And that crosses from Bourbon into Lynn across a Bourbon County maintained road.
You want to review it, or what are your thoughts?
So you're wanting to wait for Jacqueline to weigh in on if we're opening ourselves up to any other.
If we're gonna, I mean, I think we need to have the resolution to change the fees, and then we wouldn't have to do anything extra on this other than approve it.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yes.
What was the number on that?
2025-11.
Okay. We'll try to get it to you today.
Okay. Denny went out and was able to get some prices on signs for the lakes. We added that in there on this week. Kreitzer, Mound City Lake,
Blue Mountain.
Blue Mound, and Pleasanton.
Is it in the SharePoint?
I didn't see it.
It's in the one I emailed you. It's at the bottom of that.
I was just in SharePoint. Sorry. I'm looking at it right now. Give me a second.
Sorry, I didn't add up the total cost on what all those would be.
Are you seeing it?
No,
I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. I'm like, am I?
I'm not seeing it either.
I don't
Did I
have.
not send out?
Well, you did send me an email, but the update says 7.4 on the top of it, so I think it's.
Oh, so I sent out last.
Yeah, I think
well,
you sent me last week.
Sorry about
No,
that.
no, no, it's totally fine. I was
I
just
thought I
like,
sent out the same one.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner, I'm uploading it for you now.
Thank you.
It should be there for you. I apologize.
No.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
So that first part, it's got Pleasanton and Steg Lake on there. Then you get down to that first cost, $110 each and $133 each for each of those signs. Then he had it figured to order 4 of the one and 2 of the other for Steg Lake and Pleasanton Lake.
We are gonna need a total.
Yeah,
We have
and we'll-
questions on, you want to ask the cities to split costs. Have you reached out to them at all? On splitting?
I haven't reached out to them. I wanted to bring these to you just so you know what each sign was going to cost.
Do we have, oh, it does have the total.
So that's at the very bottom for the Kreitzer and Mound City and Blue Mound Lakes.
Okay.
That $4,110 is for Kreitzer, Mound City, and Blue Mound.
Yeah, I think we go to them and see if they'll help us with some of the cost.
So would you be able to just to break that out in like Kreitzer so we can go to
I
Mountain?
can do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Then we would go to like Mountain City City Council and ask.
Yeah,
them to
because I've
split
got
costs.
all the emails from National Sign on that, so I
Okay.
can break that down.
Okay, that'd be
Perfect.
good.
The only other thing I had on there was the compactors. Lynn Valley Lakes has asked if we could do an extra trash pickup on the holidays. They get overrun pretty heavy on those days. I told them I'd bring that to you today to see if we could get that approved to do an extra trash pickup that day for them.
I don't know.
I mean, their population like triples.
Quadruples.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay,
I don't either.
I'll reach back out to her and let her know that we're fine with that. Other than that, that's all we've got for public works, unless you have
Might
anything.
take a while with the councils. Do you want to wait a couple weeks to get back on the signs?
Yeah,
Denny?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Put it for August 4th on signs, August 4th. For lake signs. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ben,
Morning.
good morning.
Last Tuesday, we had a planning and zoning meeting. I was going to let you know sort of what we came up with. What the results were. The Mulberry Rock Quarry Cup was approved by the planning board on the Tuesday, the 8th. There's a 14-day appeal process. Once that is over, I'll be presenting the cup before the commissioners. That'll be the 28th. And then the trough lot split was approved at the meeting. Because it was commercial is why it had to go before us, and then it'll be brought before you. And that also has a 14-day appeal process, which will be brought to you on the 28th. And then, so I'm just finding out that for the addition to the zoning code regulation, I need to have a resolution wrote up. And so I didn't get that done because I didn't know. But I will have that to you next Monday for
So would it state the modification on the amendment that was originally sent to us on
It
that
w-
resolution?
Yes, it'd be in addition to for the supplemental district regulations, the 16411 for the radio tower, the cell tower heights. Yeah, it'll just have that in there and all the verbiage and everything and the whys and everything else to be included in that. And
Okay.
then we also did update our bylaws, the zoning bylaws. I was just letting you know that those were updated and
They voted on that?
we voted on that,
And
yes.
then does that come to the commission?
It does not. I talked to Elizabeth, the chairman, and then the vice chairman, or the previous vice chairman, Paul, and we do not need to bring that to you.
Okay.
But it will be updated and put online for everyone to be able to see.
Sounds good.
And I believe that is it for me.
While you're working on that resolution, I just have one question because there were quite a few emails that were sent to me regarding this tower. On the original planning and zoning regulations, can you send me the section where it talks about the towers at all? Or is it not there at all?
There's nothing that pertains to actual towers. It's more of the height for buildings is what's in there now, not height for any sort of towers. What we did have previously was the old regulation, and it was in the old regulation. And since we updated or brought on the new one, it's not in there.
It's not in there.
And that's why we're sort of in the pickle that we're in now, because it just doesn't state anything. And that is why the People's Tower put in the cup for it, because there wasn't anything for it. And if we bring in this new resolution or this new verbiage into the zoning, then there won't be any more questions about it.
I agree with you on that. What I would like to see happen, so originally when the cup was applied for by that particular company, we sent letters for a public hearing to speak on the tower being installed by their home.
Mm-hmm.
So when they showed up, well, first they had the wrong letter, then they had the corrected letter. This was before you. Just so you know,
Yes.
this has nothing to do with you. Sorry that you got thrown into this.
I'm trying to figure it all out and make it all work.
Right? So then when they received that, it, as a property owner, it would make you believe that you had an opportunity to come and speak on the conditional use permit. So when they came to speak on it, the conditional use permit was thrown under the table, like we're dissolving that. But the residents did not get notified that we were dissolving the cup. So what I personally think would have been the correct procedure on that would to send another letter out saying to the residents that received the first letter that round that we were having the public hearing, that, hey, we've gone a different direction and this is the amendment that we're proposing, and explain to them that they do have another opportunity to speak, but it's in front of the commission now.
Yeah.
I think the confusion is where I have a problem with.
So, but we're not holding the hearing here in front of the commission
The hearing is
over.
done,
It's
I
no.
know.
but the conditional use permit hearing that they were in a letter they have
I
that
know.
they were there, that was just never communicated that we weren't going to
Okay.
have the hearing for them.
If we are going to send out a letter letting them know that I'm going to bring this to you, the commissioners, do we want to move this to a certain date then instead of
I-
next week?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying.
I feel like we
I
were
mean,
transparent with the citizens on it, but just letting them know that that conditional use permit is now null and void.
Okay.
And then we went a different direction
Mm-hmm.
because we did not have, given, the reasons that we have, which we're going to change and modify our planning and zoning regulations.
Okay.
Do you feel like that's an okay?
I do.
Because I felt like they had an opportunity to come. They did show up and then they didn't speak because there really wasn't the conditional use permit hearing. It was a totally different hearing that was put in the paper. We did everything right.
Yes.
It's just
Okay.
I feel like the conditional use permit, those individuals that received that letter were not followed up with, hey, we're actually not going that direction.
Okay. What with the date would you like to have it? Would it be the
So we
Next
need to get
month?
letters out, and then do you think like the August 4th?
that's what I was
Bring the resolution, so you need to get a resolution prepared for the commission. Letters sent to those who had the original cup letters.
Yes, I have that on my file, and I can have those mailed out, just letting people
Okay.
know.
Just
we're
kind
gonna-
of explain what happened, and I think that would just.
Well, they'll have a chance to have open talk
they-
to you all. and
I mean,
maybe-
it's not a public hearing because that is now done, because they missed that. They
Yes.
missed that opportunity to speak at the hearing.
So I'm wondering if they do come in, and then they'll have a chance to talk to you then, and then you'll be able to, after they talk, you'll have the final vote on it. Is that my understanding? So
And
that way, when I have it in the letter, that we're good.
I just want to make it clear on this that I have been out of this situation because I have a conflict of interest
Okay.
because I sit on the board of directors for People's Telecom.
Oh,
So I won't be voting on
okay.
it regardless.
Okay.
I would like to see the letter sent out to those
I'm
who
fine with that.
originally didn't get, and
Okay.
then bring back the resolution.
I think that would be appropriate.
I do too.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have
So
that
we'll
done.
set the resolution. This is not a hearing, but we will allow them to speak during public comment.
Okay.
So the resolution needs to be presented after 10, like 11,
On the 11th.
like 11 a.m.
Oh, sorry.
Does that make
11th.
sense?
After public.
Because we
comments.
really can't allow them to speak while we're conducting business.
Mhm.
So. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We had a busy week. All right, we'll open it up for public comment.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jan.
Jan.
How are you?
Good. Jan Longnecker. I thought there was some misunderstanding last week about the Kansas Open Records Act and what it actually said, and I wanted to clear that up. Each request, this is from KSA 45-218, each request for access to a public record shall be acted upon as soon as possible, but not later than the end of the third business day following the date that the request is received. If access to the public record is not granted immediately, the custodian shall give a detailed explanation of the cause for further delay and the place and earliest time and date that the record will be available for inspection. It's not a matter of we acknowledge the request and then sometime, who knows when in the future, it's fulfilled. I filed a Kansas Open Records request on behalf of our group on 3/31/25, March the 31st. On the 8th of April, 8 days later, Jesse Walton, Operations Director / Planning and Zoning Director, date stamped and signed 3 building permit applications for Sunshine Meadow, 8 days after I filed the request. 9 days later, he approved those 3 permits along with sanitation permits. Marlo Page wrote a check for $900 to pay for 3 building permits and 3 sanitation permits on 4/8/25, April the 8th. On the 17th, Jesse Walton approved those 3 permits. On the 18th, I received a reply to my first open records request. And the quote, "As of Friday, April 18th, I am unable to locate any historic or active permits or permit applications for Sunshine Meadow subdivision." So 10 days after these applications were filed, we have none. There are none. On 5/19, I filed an additional open records request. On 6/23, I filed an additional open records request. These requests were being done approximately every month because we have a 60-day deadline for appealing any decisions by the zoning director. So we thought if we requested records every 30 days, we would be well within that 60-day time limit. Finally, on 7/8, I was here Monday. On Wednesday, I received the records responding to all my previous open records requests. And in that fulfillment of the records request, I received the building permits and building permit applications. 89 days after those building permits were applied for, I received the information that I requested. It's totally unacceptable. It's not even close to what the Open Records Act requires. And this wasn't Joe Smith's garage permit from 50 years ago that we were looking for, that we had to search through the basement vault with records. Jesse Walton could have found these records in 30 minutes. He knows exactly what this is about. This has been before the board over and over and over. Everybody here knows about this, that we are trying to stop the Sunshine Meadow subdivision. There's just no reason for 89 days between the time they file these building permit applications and I receive the records I requested. I was in to get the appeal form from Jesse Walton for the one building permit I accidentally found out about. And by the way, there's still 2 building sites that have not been signed with the building permit as required by the regulations. One of the sites has the building permit, the other 2 to this date, there's no building permit on the property at the end of the driveway as required by the regulations. I went in to see Jesse Walton to get the appeal form. He had every opportunity to say, oh, by the way, there's not just one application, there's 3. Complete silence. We're going to play kids games, word games. You don't ask me the right question, I don't give you the information. It's important that government employees be responsive to the people that pay their wages. If there's ever a violation of the Open Records Act, isn't this it? 89 days. The regulations say that any decision, the word is any decision by the zoning administrator can be appealed to the Zoning Appeals Board. We've been going round and round with no resolution. I would like for the board to make a motion and vote. Are we going to get an appeals board or not? Are you going to convene the appeals board? All we need is a motion and a vote. If you're going to buy the fact that any decision by the zoning director doesn't mean any, that means some or a few, or then vote that way. But if you're going to read the regulations the way they're written, then let's get to our appeal hearing and get it on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Thank you, Jan. Good morning.
Okay, can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, I try to talk into the mic here. I'm Sharon Welch of Linn County Park, a tenter and a camper. And one of the things I just wanted to say is a couple weeks ago or so, there was a budget discussed. I would strongly think that it would make sense to keep city and county separate. Don't mix them up. It's too on income or expenditures because it's too confusing to combine a city and a county funding and financial stuff. I recommend that be kept separate. It's less confusing to the next guy that comes on board. It makes good sense. It may not be something that has been practiced or adopted over the years, but we need to get into a more purified, simplified, easier system. City is city, county is county. Now, my suggestion is that if you have something that you don't quite have the funds for, maybe a donation jar somewhere or something that could help out, or a general funding for other, because you may use equipment for city and you may use the same equipment for county. Well, that to me would come under other or a donation contributed, but be honest about it. Be very honest about a good system. That would be easier to get into the groove rather than a confusing system that keeps going, okay? You understand, I hope, what I'm talking about. Okay. And it's good to have communication, and I certainly welcome volunteers to this day, because one person or two people to be out there doing everything, it really, really doesn't uplift the load of, especially in the heat. That's a killer. I don't want to pay a deductible for anybody to have to go, or anybody to have to pay a deductible to go to the doctor to get sick out of a heat stroke. Where we can help protect, even if we have to have equipment covered, like an umbrella, for equipment or something that's not air conditioned, might be one idea. So I hope you understand where I'm trying to go with this, because it makes good sense. We do need to lighten the load. I see people out there working their butt off in the sunshine, and even activities. Why do people book such activities in such heat? To get sick. I keep the activities to where it's nicer weather. Now, the other thing I'm going to say is, about a year ago, it's not even been a year, okay, that we had a hearing for solar energy. Now, that was in the paper July 30 of a year ago. 3 months after the beginning of discussion of the solar was decided to shut it down, after it was said, we'll give it a year and bring it up again. It was closed 3 months after the year was said. If you're going to say you're going to do something a year from now, then either vote on it or change it prior. Don't just do it and say, well, that's been changed 3 months after we said we're going to give it a year. So I was driving down the highway, and these airplanes were coming out, spraying the fields, and the chemicals got in the car. It was amazingly, wow. I don't need to breathe that into my lungs, and the people that spray, whether it's an airplane or whether it's spraying equipment, protect your lungs. I looked up online, and there are other remedies, and all these farmers can look and see what you can use that is less chemical harmful for spraying the fields. Okay? You eat this stuff. Do people, are they careful about it? I suggest you look online, do some research, and do non-toxic bug killer or whatever you need to do that is more natural and safer for your lungs. That is my concern. I'm not trying to slam anybody. I'm just generally saying that needs to be, because solar panels, okay, out there in the field, that is a lot less chemical spray and a nicer way to be for a power backup. If our power goes out, it would be nice to have a natural sunshine source. It does not look bad. It's less harmful than a chemical spray flying over the fields, if you know what I mean. So I just want you to consider that and adopt a good way. I wouldn't suggest farmers get by with chemicals when there's more natural ways that they can find online. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shane.
Yeah. Anybody else? Kevin? No, you're good. Thank you, though. We'll close public comment. Do we need to wait for budget? He's not. You want us to go on? Is Shay coming still?
To the best of my knowledge, Shay is still coming. I can ask.
We can skip
So
into
did-
executive sessions, or what do I meant?
Did he have something to represent to us?
Oh, I don't know. I don't need to. Thank you then. Do you want to move on, skip those two and go to executive
Fine.
session?
Sure.
And ledgers are actually good to keep track of each thing every year, and highlight areas. I think that would be good.
Okay.
We're gonna go into executive session for 10 minutes pursuant to KSA 43 or 754319 for job performance and economic development with Danielle and the two commissioners. Returning at 10:18. That's my motion.
Second it. I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Are we returning?
10:18.
10:18.
There's no action.
I don't see Shay here.
I don't either. Do you want to go into budget, or do you want to just
You're gonna get,
finish, or we can finish the executive sessions? But if we want to stay on track with Scott, I'm good with either. Do you care?
Indifferent.
You want to call him?
Sure.
If he's available, we'll go there.
He said he is watching.
Okay.
Right, I emailed you or put it in the SharePoint, the things he has prepared for you.
This is Scott. Where, I didn't see the link. Is there not a link to come on, or I just talk through your phone?
Currently, you're talking through the phone, Scott.
Okay.
I can send you a meeting invite for Teams.
It doesn't matter. I can see y'all if you want to, however you want to do it.
Yeah, if you just
I'm good.
mute your computer, you can follow along with what we're doing, if that's okay with you.
Yep, okay. I was going to say, I do have availability probably for the next 2 or 3 hours if you wanted to continue what you're doing to have it done before you jumped into this.
No,
Like,
I'm
it's up
good
to
to
you.
move forward and get this over with.
Yeah.
Good. We're good, Scott. Thank you for asking, though.
Okay.
Were we calling Jim or not calling?
Oh yeah. Do we have the
I can get another mic.
phone? Does that work?
I don't know how to use that.
I can get on Teams. Does that work? I could get on Teams, and then you could
I
use
think
him on
Jason-
the.
I think we're good. I think Jason's gonna try to figure out how to call in.
All right, Scott, I emailed you a Teams link.
Okay.
Do you know how to use this?
I don't.
It takes a minute for it to come up
Okay.
because it's pulling its power from the.
You want to enter his phone number in there?
I can. Almost there. Hold on. All right, are you here, Scott? Excellent.
You can come up.
We're-
James. It's fine.
Hold on. Sorry, I took this off.
We're trying to get to him on
Okay.
the phone.
Okay. And
James?
Thank you. How was your weekend? That good?
Hi, Jim. This is Danielle. Are you available?
Yeah, give me a little bit before I get back to the truck here. Just a minute. Can you wait? Can I call you back in just a few minutes?
Yeah,
Yep.
can you call back at this phone number?
Yeah, I'll do it as soon as I get to the truck.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Original, the sticky note can be removed.
Okay.
But that original, design,
That's okay.
adjustments.
That's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You need to say anything, James? You got anything to say
Not all
while we're
of it.
waiting? You good?
Do I?
Would you want to share anything about your budget while we're waiting?
You just handed this. I didn't know if there was anything special you wanted to.
We cut payroll, we cut our fuel and our janitorial expenses.
Okay.
Yeah. When, sorry, can you hear me? So when we went into the original proposal, what we realized in general, when we looked at payroll, we were noticing we had a deficiency there, and we were trying to figure out where the deficiency was. Our department's unique to the point to where if we have somebody take off for a 24-hour service, and if we have somebody take off, we've got to have somebody to cover that, which usually involves either overtime or bringing somebody in, and then they're adjusting their time, or it's a comp time type thing. But we always have to have a shift covered. It's different than everybody else that has like a road grader, and the road grader just sits that day and they're just down a person. So we noticed that that is where our deficiency was, and taking that in consideration, it wasn't just a two-step, because the two-step was just minor, compared to the grand scheme of things of what we were missing. When we got in there and started realizing every employee that we have is allowed 40 hours of vacation. Well, that was 40 hours per employee that somebody was going to have to cover. And so we took that in consideration on a straight time, not on an overtime, just on a straight time, and said, you know what, those 40 hours have to be made up somewhere. And so that's when we put in a straight time of 40 hours per employee on each payroll item, on each line item, which was our bailiff, which was our, now what we did was we went one step further, and our deputies, SROs, and bailiffs are all required 40 hours continuing education. That's state mandated, 40 hours. So we're then considering, okay, well, we've got another 40 hours per person there, not in the correction staff, because there's a lot of stuff we do for the correction staff, and the correction staff do a lot of stuff on their own in-house training that they maintain their 40 hours. But we've noticed that, okay, well, now we got guys that are going to a state mandated 40 hours. Now we've got to cover that. And then, so we put in 40 hours for their vacation. We put in 40 hours for their training. And that's why the number seemed inflated like it did. We've decided I've got to keep the 40 hours in there somewhere. I've got to keep 40 hours in there. And I don't care if it's split between 20 hours of training, 20 hours vacation, whatever. So we kept the 20 hours in there. What we did decide to do is to start looking and focusing on training that is after the school year, so our school resource officers can flex in there, and we'll focus the time on our trainings to be in the summertime and before the school year starts, so we're not in that deficiency. So I removed the 40 hours of training time per deputy, bailiff, SRO in there, judging that we can compensate with school resource officers. The other thing too is we were looking at the school resource officers, and we were on such a tight budget, and we're running over on the payroll. Oh, sorry. You guys go ahead. That's where the inflation was.
Hang on.
Okay.
Because we need you to call on the conference call line, okay? So we're gonna call you on. Sure, no problem. We'll just call you, okay?
With a what?
They went to the clerk's office.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Good. How are you?
James is wrapping up talking about some of the changes on his budget, and then we'll go into budget with Scott. You have anything else?
I don't. We looked at it again today, and that's what our numbers came up to as far as the adjustments that we had. If you'll notice, we took dispatch back to the original number. We had budgeted in. I think there was a increase there. We took took dispatch back into the original budget numbers. We think that we can work with dispatch with the original numbers that we had for 2025. So there's a zero balance there. There was also a zero balance on another line item. I can't remember what it was, but it was there around dispatch. So anyways.
Okay. So he's got on here, Jim, that we've got he's cut $89,115 from the original budget that he submitted.
Was that with the 50,000 or whatever it was that he kept?
That was the 47. That was with the 47 that included the one new employee deputy.
Did you hear that?
With what he cut from the workshop, right?
Correct.
Before the workshop. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're too heavy on that. I understand we can, I guess we could vote on the budget today, but I'm not growing up, but I think we need to try to develop some new jobs and see where we're at, because I don't believe the jail income today is what it was a year ago. And I'm concerned about that as far as the income offers. With the other places, built new jails, even Scott talked about Osage County in a few years. They're gonna have to depend solely on what their income is from their jail, and it's concerning to me.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing today.
Okay.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you, James.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. All right, Scott,
Okay.
you ready?
Yeah, how do you want me, I tried to lay this out as detailed as possible.
Yep.
You have a Word document that goes through every page, explains, what I tried to put in off of all the sheets. And then you should have you should have the budget that goes through and has notes on it. Oh. Woo.
That ain't better?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's a lot better, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Anyway, there's a lot of paper here, and so there should be a Word document that kind of gives you a page by page of what I changed or questions I had. There's a 1 through 24 is the actual budget with the changes in it, and then 25 through 40 something, 47 would be the supporting documents that I received after meeting with you last Friday, I believe, and other things that Danielle actually got to me. How do you want me to do this? You want me to just go through starting on the budget? You want me like page 1 and go through it? Is that what you're wanting?
I think so.
Good.
Okay.
Do you want me to put it on
Okay.
the big screen?
Yeah.
All right, I'm turning you around, Scott.
Hold on, Scott. You can keep talking. We're just gonna put you on the big screen so the audience can see the budget.
Okay. So I really didn't, on page 1 of the budget documents, I didn't change anything there except I put it the percentages out at the very right-hand side with the computer, not my handwriting. So it kind of showed the allocations of the increases by real estate, state assessed, and all that. The next page, page 1A, I went through and I was trying to take out the reserve funds and see how much cash was left at that point. And that's what those larger numbers are with the ones by it. Those funds are considered reserve funds by you, I believe. So that kind of gives you more of where the operating cash is at. And you can see it dropped after the 25 column, dropped fairly significantly, 6.4 million. What I did on page 2, that summary, I took the 1,223,865 after the budget's all done of what the difference would be of the same mill levy, but what the taxes were, and then I divided it by 1 mill, so that gives you 3.15 mills. And I tried to back off the 30%, and you'll see down there at the bottom the 30%. Backed off, so the 70%, so that gets it back to 2.2 mills. And what I did is I went into state software, and this is going to be kind of hard here, Danielle, but I went into state software, and you'll see it on page 25, calculated what 3.15 mills would be for those people that potentially had this assessed value increase. So like, it would be about, for a $100,000 house, it would, for 3.15 mills, it'd be about $36.23. So that's what I was trying to show you. You didn't really ask for that, but I get that asked a lot. You know, what's the increase? And your mill levy stays the same, so it's not like the mill levy caused that. It's the increased assessed value. So if someone had the same percentage of increase, they would have about $36.23 increase. So you can look at that maybe later. Page 3, I went in and I addressed, I don't know the exact detail, but I moved the in lieu of tax, or the pilot question that Allie had. I moved it from 11,444 in the 25 and 26 columns. It was like, I think it was only like 2,000 something. I moved it up to 9. I don't like to show exactly the same amount in case it would be changes. So that's why that's 9. And then I looked at the interest on idle funds, because I have this come up at every county. You had 865 in 2024, the first column. You had 790 in the middle column, and that's probably, the rates are still pretty much the same as they were last year. I don't like I said, I don't like to be overly, I like to be conservative. So what I did is I decreased it, and if it's too much, we can talk to the county treasurer. We can move that back up a little bit. But in 26, we're just not sure. I'm not sure if Trump gets his new appointee to the Federal Reserve, and I can't remember when that comes out. It comes up this year, I believe. Those rates, I believe, will drop. That's just my feeling. I'm not an expert on that, but that's something I try to watch. Those rates could drop. So you can tell me, you all can talk about these things. These are things that can literally change, be changed inside the budget at a later date. They're not like they totally rely on the mill levy. These are things that I'm just showing you. You stop. I'm just going to keep talking. Just stop me if you have any questions, okay?
Okay.
Page 4, what that 318,450 is the amount of levy, and I'll have to, this will be hard to show, Danielle, but on the employee benefit fund, you remember that middle column had a negative, negative unencumbered cash balance. And what I did is I can't carry that over on page 15. I can't carry that over to the 26 column. So when you reduce the negative and take it out, it reduces the levy, because that's just the way it carries from the middle column to the 26 column. So what I did is, because if it does run short, if it does run short on the middle column, the general fund may have to pick that up. So that's why I took the levy straight over to the general fund. Now it would be in 26 year, not the 25, but at least it would help build back the cash that may be used up because the employee benefit fund in the middle column could run short of money in the 25 year. And the number I took it out of, and this was just, I just took it out to make it work here, but Danielle had sent me some information and it's pretty tight. That work or retirement, and I think it jumped from 654 up to like 900 and some, but that was because of KP&F, I believe.
Right.
And so, but I backed that off to get that number to work. But we'll have to kind of look at that and see how 25 plays out here, going through the rest of the year. So that's how that number appeared. Page 5, what I did is I didn't go through and mark every one of these changes. So I thought if you all want to go back and just double check this, if this is great, you can go back and check them. But what this is on page 26 of your document. Danielle had went through it on pages 26 and 27 and went through each budget because we had, this has been kind of complicating because we had the original department head meeting with the department heads and the commission. We've had requests to reduce their budgets. So we've had written requests, but we've also had verbal requests of Danielle's. Like they'll say, well, we need to reduce that. And I'll be honest with that, makes it very difficult. So maybe going forward, the requests need to all be in writing because it's hard to know, what changes and what doesn't. Okay.
Yep.
So you can see there's a lot of markup on 26 and 27. The other thing that changed is on page 28, the $62,534 pay camp increase was allocated between all the different on page 28, all the different departments, and then Lauren had added them in. That's why they did not match.
Hey, Scott.
Your department. Yeah.
When you're saying page 28, I'm not seeing a page 28. Which document are you looking at?
It should be the second document that you received.
What was it called?
Well, hold on next. I've got 47 here. Let me look at 47 and see if it matches yours. Yeah, it matches yours. There's no more above 47?
Yes, there is. I just was asking which page. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, 28. Yeah, it's clear back at the very start. There's a ton of papers here,
I
okay?
apologize. Okay.
No problem.
That one.
Yeah, they wanted documentation, so here's documentation of all these changes. Whoops.
Sorry, Scott. I'm going to have to.
We're looking at page 5 on here. Would that be like last week's page 10?
Last week,
I guess. I don't know. I'm just looking at.
I went back to the one where we had wrote our changes.
Okay. Well, I think I'm right. I just wanted to make
I
sure.
believe it's this one called support worksheets. Is that correct, Scott?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I see that, Danielle.
Nope, I apologize. I'm putting it in the SharePoint now.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please.
No problem.
Yeah. We're still in the forum. You're good.
There's a lot going back and forth here.
There we go. All right, I apologize, commissioners. I just moved that document to the SharePoint.
Okay.
And it is on the screen as well. And you said page 28 is where you're at, correct?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, that would be the allocation page that
For
Lauren. So like when I did Friday, there was a lot of them that had 104. And we couldn't figure out why there was 104 in some of the department head budgets when that wasn't matching what they had turned in. So these allocations were actually
want to come over so you can see that?
added to each of the departments for their share of the K camp increase, which is 62,534. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So what I shared with Scott is,
Yeah.
which way is it? This is a document that the prior clerk prepared. It's essentially taking our entire K-Camp insurance bill and dividing it up into departments, and it's telling you what percentage goes to which department for which source of information for insurance. K-Camp has not given us the official number. They have confirmed they're looking at a 15% increase. So after looking at this document, Lauren, who works for Scott, she's been a great team member for us. She created this document. I'm so sorry. All right, so this one is kind of building in that 15% for every department.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why some of those, it seemed weird. There was a bunch of 104s, but that's why the allocation was the way it was, based on the former clerk's allocation percentages. And I went back through and traced all those back to the budget column, and they should all be reflected there. I'm sorry about the sheets, the two sheets that Danielle went through there. I marked them up. There's several different changes there, but hopefully everything is documented why it got to where it did from when the original department head meeting occurred.
So this is the document I created for Scott. I was in Saturday working for several hours, going through each department, updating the notes from the most recent budget copy he gave us. And then the blue is his notes that he contributed. Correct.
Yeah. So 26 and 27 have a lot of notes by department. And again, like I said in my email, when you all look through this, some of these won't matter. I mean, there'll be final adjustments, but they won't really matter because they're not large changes. But I was trying to get everything from what we have in writing, from what was said verbally, and what you have on all your documentation to actually trace it back to every one of the departments. This took a little while. Anyway, that's what that means on the top of page 5, where it says pages 26 to 34 shows the many adjustments of K-Camp. And then down below there, the sheriff page, I had put all that in there that he had given us. So that is page, the 35. I think you all have that. That was the 52,592. I do not have, I think he just dropped off some more changes.
He did.
To get to 90-some thousand. That is not reflected in there. Well, it just happened, so it wouldn't be reflected in there. But I went through and I just made his changes on those 3 line items in the totals to make sure that was in there. That's what's on page 5 there. Rather is page 6 is where I really need your help. So if you remember, the 318 was the employee benefit. I switched over to add to the levy on the general fund. Before 318 got switched over there, it was 0. Okay. But I wanted to kind of try to not keep this any more get this any more complicated than it is. So what I did in the contingencies, I went in and where I have A there, this is a plug, or what do you want to call it? It's the difference between the 0 and the other things. And I'm not sure, Danielle and I had some questions there. I believe Jason said the 332 on stars stays in the middle column for the stars program for 25.
Correct.
We kind of had some questions. Is that right?
Yes.
Jason's saying that's correct. I misunderstood. I thought we were calling that 332 a 0 for 25 and 26. So I'm glad you double checked, Scott.
Yeah. So check my notes. That's why there's 332 in the middle, 0 in the 26 column. Then the rest of those are
marked it out in the middle column too, but I don't know.
So they could still request it. So we could still have that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's still a possibility and on the table, so we can't be removing it from there at this point.
Got it.
So the rest of those are pretty well in line with what Danielle had on the contingency page. The other big change I made is on the last line of contingency. I took the 25,000 out of landfill closure. I left the 375 in the middle, and I took the 25 and the 400,000, I think it was originally there when I brought it on Friday, out of the right-hand column. I made the $25,000 adjustments to the landfill below. So that would be over on solid waste. Whoops, went wrong place there. Solid waste got at page 7, so it'll be the next page. It got added in there. You'll see the bold numbers. It got it added into contractual. So the transfers, the 25,000 a year transfers are in these numbers now. And so we're kind of jumping around here, but page 20, then what I did is I went back to page 20 landfill closing, and I put in the 2 lines. I think it's on the bottom of that other one, Danielle, the bottom of the budget.
Sorry about
page
that.
20. Yeah, no problem. So if you go down to page 20, that there's this all ties now, I believe, the way that you want it tied.
It looks like it does.
Yeah, I think it all ties now. The 25's coming from solid waste each year. The 375 is coming from the contingency in the middle column. And so it should all agree now. So the question really on page 6 is if those contingencies are what you're considering to be contingencies, and that 888, here's the options. The contingency is dwindling. I'm going to be very point blank here. It is dwindling. And what that means is the windfall line from last year is gone. It's in the cash. This number was around I'm just guessing here, but around 2.5 million last year, I think, where the 1.451 is at. So that's about 900,000 less. And the 888 is just, like I said earlier, the plug difference for now. And so the options you have is if you take and reduce the mill levy to the revenue neutral rate at 1,451,513, if we just focus on this, at 1,451,513 will be reduced by the 1,223 dollars that we have on that front page 2, where we kind of check everything back and forth. That's one option. The other option is if the 888 is not actual number that needs to be in contingency, that could actually drop to cash carryover and add to the 314,000, I believe it was. That's 318,000 that came over from. So right there. Whoops, back just a little bit. One more page. Keep going. Right. So what would happen is you either reduce the mill levy by whatever number, but if it's 1.2 million, like that front sheet, to get back to revenue neutral, that would reduce your contingency line or other numbers in the general fund by the 1.223 million potentially, and it would mean that cash carryover would basically be zero. That 318 would go away because it's 800 some thousand and 318,000. So that would get you back to zero. You'd still have contingencies of the difference between the 1.4 million we show right now and the 888,000 that would be used up if you go back to revenue neutral. I know I'm jumping around here a little bit, but that's really the two options here. Your cash will be pretty well zero, and your unless you take it out of other departments. That's not saying you couldn't take it out of other departments, but in the past, it looks like this contingency and the windfall line in the past year were used to make the cash carryover contingencies so that people knew why it was being saved.
Yep.
I might be wrong there. That's just the way it looks like it's been used.
I think you're correct, Scott.
Yeah. So I think we're in a position here right now on this fund anyway, that it really comes down to where you want the mill levy. And it is going to impact cash, and I've tried to be very point blank on that. But I understand that people want to be responsible to taxpayers, but I'm going to be honest with you, having cash balances to be able to take care of emergencies, that instead of being reactive, you're proactive. And that's why I'm a big believer in the cash carryovers and unencumbered cash. So that's what I need to know today, where that mill levy, where you want that mill levy at. And I think I've pretty well detailed everything out on every one of these funds. And I can go through the rest of it, and then you can have that discussion if you want me to. I can go through the rest of the pages, just show you what changed. Is that what you want me to do? Just like, go down to page 7 there, Danielle. The other thing that was asked me to remove was this right here. The middle column was to stay on the spatial building, and then remove the line items on page 7 there for spatial building to 0. I believe that's what you all decided when I was there on Friday.
That's correct.
The next page, on page 8, I took the TRICO back to the same amount as last year. So that's been addressed.
That's correct. That was a motion at the last meeting. And today, Allison and Jason are supposed to discuss what to do with the mental health budget line.
Okay.
Well, that's something that I've reached out to other counties that Bourbon County has went to 0 with it. And there's 2 other counties. Anderson County has talked about it. They have not voted on it yet, but their consensus was the other day that they was going to 0 too. I believe Allen County is in the process of that also. It has been voted on, but they've had a lot of discussion about it.
What are your thoughts, Jim?
And that's the 70,040.
That's correct.
Do we want to take it all the way to 0, or do we want to drop to like $5,000?
Okay. Let me go through the rest of my notes here on the budget, and then I'll say a couple things about the page-by-page document, and then you guys can discuss or whatever you need to do and tell me where you want to go. Okay. So I don't really have any changes on 9, 10, 11, 12. Cash in the road and bridge looks like it's in pretty good shape. So we mainly, we're adjusting in the general, which just to make sure we understand that if it's in the road and bridge, it has to be spent in road and bridge. If it's in the general, it can be spent for anything. So that's something to think about, is where do you want to build your reserves? Should the reserves be more in the general fund than in the road and bridge fund? And if you did need to spend it on road and bridge, you had a project come up, you can spend it out of the general fund as a line item during the year. Page 13.
My question is on the road and bridge here is why did we increase the all district so much?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. I see what you're saying there.
We doubled it.
It went from 1 million to I'm not sure. So we'll have to dig into that one. I see what you're saying.
Was the increase on District 2 because we didn't have the barn open?
Well, this is on the all district, though. District 2 is there, but we on the all district. It appears to me we doubled it.
What may have happened there, Jim, I just see this now. What may have happened is when we allocated there, where I have added, so you can see where it's at. I just add that transfer to road and bridge special machinery just to have it there. what may have happened, that 1,261,555 may not have been backed out of the all district up above.
Okay.
That I see that now. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's the case as well, that District
But
2
it's
essentially
1 million.
didn't exist much at all last
Yeah.
year.
That's right. So if you go to actual on all districts, 1,000,007, and you go down to District 2, there's really nothing. So the total expenditures at the bottom, yes, that would be about the amount difference. So that will help a bunch.
Yeah, that would.
So, yeah. So what happens there is when you go down there to that mill levy, go down there, I'll show you, down at the bottom there, just down a little further, right there. So what that does is whatever that we need to have Jesse verify those numbers, but whatever that difference is, it's taken out of all districts because we allocated District 2. What that difference is would either be put in cash carryover, because you can see, if you look at the first column, unencumbered cash is 1 million. The middle column is 1,326,002, and the amount of difference of the District 2 is 1,261. And if you take 1,261 out of 2.5 million on all districts, that would be about the difference. That's one option. The other option would be reduce some of the mill levy in that fund, and that burns up cash. So that's kind of what we have to decide there. That's a good catch, though.
Good eye, Jim.
What's that?
Good eye.
Oh. Thank you.
There's just so many moving pieces in this one. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
There's a lot of numbers to look at, but I tell you, that's what we're
Yep.
for. So
That's why we're looking at it. Absolutely. Okay, so we can, let me go through the rest of it, and then we really have two things. Then we go back and figure out how you want to handle the general fund, and we'll double check these numbers and tell me how you want to do the road and bridge, whether it be, like I said, whether it be some cash carryover and some mill levy reduction. That would help your general fund. You can move some of that mill levy to the general fund to help out there. Okay, page 14. I don't have any changes. I circled these because every one of these is at 0 on cash carryover. I did add, if you go on the next page, I did add the mill levy to the bottom of page 15 to the health department to have this basically the same mill levy as last year. It's a little bit different.
Scott, I don't know why we dropped it, but you said because of state funds, we had to put it back as far as on the middle of it.
Yeah, so what happens? I think, didn't you say it was 18,000? I didn't write that on there. I should have.
That's correct. It was 18,000 is what Amanda said.
$18,000. So what happens, Jim, is when you take whatever's levied in the prior year's budget on the health department, it's the only fund like this, the state of Kansas requires you to supplant the same amount as the prior year in levy, or you reduce the state funds based on a allocation. And so when we asked them, I've only asked the health department, I believe it was $18,000 that we would lose in state funding in the 26 budget from grant money that comes from the state. And it's a one-time adjustment. But that, if we remove the whole levy, it would be 18,000 that we would lose. Now, we'll see there.
Talk about now, right now, I guess it's a good time, Jenny. You know what? We have 4 counties, the neighbors to me. I do not have the figures with me, but I'll tell you what, our health department costs are huge compared to 4 counties. Huge.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you add that 80.
I'm not for taking state money to where we're taking cost of the county taxpayer money myself, because I can show you the budget of 4 counties around here for their tax. The county portion of it isn't even close to what we pay.
Here's Health Department.
And the counties, 2 of the counties are a lot larger than that.
Okay.
Okay.
So Jim, when you are like have stated on the health or the Southeast Kansas mental health or the road, I'm just putting Post-its, the ones that were,
Gonna come
if
back
any of
to.
the commissioners have issues and we want to come back to it. Are you guys good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I interject really quick? The solid waste and Shay Hanningstack that was coming from the
Yeah.
Lakes region, did you guys need to talk to her in accordance with today's budget hearing, or can it wait till next week?
It can wait. I've already gone over all of it. I wasn't familiar with exactly what she did, just being new. So I feel
Okay.
like I kind of have a better understanding. So
Okay, if it doesn't pertain to the budget,
No.
then, can we just move to table it till next week?
That'll be fine. I'll make a motion to table the Lakes Region budget with Shay Haneysack to next week.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did she message that she couldn't come?
Yeah, she
Okay.
can appear remotely, but she can't come today. So
Oh, yeah, no.
if it pertains to this budget thing, then we'll go on, right, but if not. Okay.
Okay. You want me to keep going, or you want to discuss health more, or you want to come back to it?
Keep going.
I think we can keep going. We'll come back to
Okay.
the health department.
Okay.
I just have a quick question on
Yep.
on the benefits up here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's finalized with we sign a contract. It's done, right?
I believe that is correct. I believe we have created an agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield already.
Okay. That's what I thought, and people were questioning it, you know,
Yep.
based on the survey, and so I just want to make sure, like, I thought that was already established, that we were sticking with Blue Cross, so these are correct numbers.
Did we not negotiate any at all, or can we, or?
She was looking into negotiating. I just wanted to make sure we had.
Did you sign?
I can't recall. I feel very confident that I have already received an email from Jen Elliott from our insurance consultant that we are locked into that until 2026.
I thought we had already stated that, but I just
Until 2026, so you haven't signed a renewal contract for 26 yet.
I will have to double check on that.
and we were going to have her.
Then it'll be next year, mid-year.
I'm good to move on, Scott. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Jen
So
said
definitely
that
one,
was suspended.
employee benefit is one that is, got a lot going on. And, so yeah, it could eat up dollars fairly quickly. Okay.
She did
So-
verify, Jen Elliott did verify that 2.8 million is a safe number to budget for health insurance.
Okay.
One last thing before I go off to page 15 on the bottom of the health department, because Jim had asked this question. So if we do take, how this works is, just a little, there you go. Whoops.
Here, sorry. Here it is.
So if you take the 160,225 is the cash carryover with that levy, and we reduce that by 87, you still have 87,000 of cash carryover plus her numbers. So for 26, she should be okay. Now she will lose 18,000. We've been very conservative up above in the amount of grants and what she has coming in. So I think we would be okay in that. You might double check that with the health department, but there would be 18,000 off. So it'd be 18 plus 87 that she would potentially lose in the 26 year, because she would have no levy and the 18 goes away, and that would be about 105. So that'd be 100. Is that right? Yeah. 105. So that'd be 105 off the 160. So you'd be setting with a cash carryover about 55,000, I believe. I did my numbers right in my head there. Okay, we can come back to that later if you have any more questions. Page 16, Fair Association is left as a fund. The 128 stayed, same as last year. A little bit of cash carryover because of the motor vehicle money coming in. And, I took you remember the 128 was twice in the general fund, so that's how we got some of that 800,000 that's in the contingency back.
Okay.
So I don't think there's any changes there. Page 17, now these are non-levy funds, so these are more just reporting, what comes in, what goes out. And I really don't have any changes until 18. Page 18, I changed the DARE and SRO to just DARE. The one thing I have not done, Danielle, is it's only $1,400, but when that journal entry is made, it'll actually hit the general fund as a receipt. So that'll be something that'll need to be noted
Okay,
when you do it in 24.
we are. That's
then
what he's saying. When I make the journal entry for $1,406,
It'll go to general.
it'll move
And
that.
then I believe the sheriff said that it's SRO now, it's been out of his budget, so it's in the general fund now. And so that way, there's no more there. And so I think it should match up. There was another program you mentioned, but I didn't write it down.
So Sheriff Akes said that there is no additional cost to the new rendition of the DARE program that the SROs will start doing.
Okay.
If there's a need to add a line for Red Ribbon Week, we can get with the sheriff about that.
Him, I think, right?
I believe so.
It would just be probably, without getting complicated on the budget, it would just be in contract services, because you're probably doing like some kind of and then if he wants to put it in his detailed budget, where he has line items or your general ledger, you could do that. I'm not sure we need to add it on the general fund on this budget document. Let's see here, 19. The next one is 20 that I have something written on, and that is the transfers I've already showed you on the landfill closing. So I think we've got that back to where it needs to be.
Page 20. Ah. Am I there?
There we go. There we go. So we got that. We already looked at that. I think we've got all that nailed down. And there's a couple places where I put in KSAs in the line item. We talked about special parks and rec and some of that. I didn't really show those. The only other only other point I made, and I've told you this a couple times, is on page 23, the ARPA money. We just need to keep our eye on that, making sure that we have the encumbrances documented. If there's any changes at all, there's that. I just don't want you to lose any money there. And then the last note on the budget is the date and time of the hearing. And I sent Danielle the meetings I have in place right now. This one's going to get a little complicated because Labor Day is the first Monday, and Tuesday would be your meeting, and I have something all day Tuesday, and I already have 4 counties that have their meetings set. So we can talk about that before we get off today, but that's a question. Okay. I showed you what I have on the budget changes. The document I sent you, the only thing I haven't said anything about, I went back in and tried to figure out what the inflationary difference was there, and I highlighted it in yellow. I assume it came through that way. But it's about 32%. I've not done this before, but it's about 32% from 2018 to 2024, which that's why when you stay revenue neutral, and I've told, not just you, I've told this to everybody, when you stay revenue neutral and your expenses go up and that roughly 32%, that's what makes it challenging, because then you burn through cash. So I think I've detailed everything else out. So now I'm just going to let you talk or tell me what to do. I will. We definitely can make that road and bridge change. Double check with, let's see, I don't think there's any special projects there, but, we can make that road and bridge change, and then, we can definitely talk about how you want to handle the mill levy, because that's really what it comes down to is I can't really change any numbers until I know the end goal there of where you want to be. Okay. That's my points.
Okay. So where do you want to start, Ally?
Do you want to start with the mill, or do you want to start with the departments that we disagree on budget?
I think we could go ahead and, I mean, my thoughts on the mill is that we should exceed revenue neutral at this point and continue to work on the budget. Before the hearing, we should exceed by the 3.15 mils and then continue to plug this stuff in and see where we sit as we get a little further along.
And then when we make the motion, if we make a motion to not to exceed the 3.15 mils, we can still work on it. And
Correct.
cannot exceed that, but it can
Be under. We could still be revenue neutral. Right. We just.
I'm okay with that.
Jim?
Is Jim still there?
I'm okay with it as far, but I want to work on it because it's like what, the 1.2 million and things. I think we've got a lot of work to do.
Okay.
See where we are with the numbers, but it's what does that do? What like with the 1.2? How much does that change things with our carryover with our money?
Did you understand the question, Scott?
Yeah. So if you looked at the quickest way to look is 1A, where I put the reserve funds backed out on 1A down at the bottom. At the middle column of 2025, you would have, and I can do the math here real quick, but give me a minute. You take the 6486619 at the very bottom of the 20 of the C column C. Give me just a minute here. Get back. Okay.
Page 1.
So page 1A. So you take the 6,486,619 minus the 1,223,865, and that would give you cash carriover in the middle, just in total, give you cash carryover 5,262,754. And if you go to the 26 column and you take the 2643340 minus the 1,223,865, you get to 1,419,475. Now, the thing that we'll add back here, depending on how you handle it, I'm taking the full amount off of here. With the 1,223,000, depending on how you handle your contingency and how you handle that all districts, if that's a full adjustment off because of what we put in District 2, that would be added back to these numbers. That roughly, where the contingency, if you want to leave the contingency where it's at and not change it, and then you would change the road and bridge, that would be a difference of about 1.2 million. So really, that's probably, if that road and bridge is right, that there's probably a wash. But you are going to be, pretty low on cash. Because the thing that you have to remember here, and I think it happened with your ARPA funds, you funded the employee benefits with some remaining ARPA funds, and so that's a one-time cash infusion. That isn't here this year. And when you look at those funds I backed off, we're talking about debt service. You can't touch it, and that's part of this cash carryover of 1 million, roughly 1.9 in 2025. It's actually I didn't back it off here, so we need to back that off. So in debt service in column B on 1A, it's almost 2 million. So there's a number that needs to be taken out. So we're back to zero. You go to the next one, equipment reserve, doesn't show up in the 25 or 26 column because it's only actual. It's a non-budget fund, but that's about 1.1 million. You go to, keep moving down, you go to the ARPA funds, it's still sitting there, but that's spent. Spatial machinery on line 37 has about 1.6 million in it. And then the spatial road and bridge has about 1.5. Those are typically set aside for projects or if emergencies come up for like road and bridge or equipment purchases. So we're setting in a pretty low position from where you have been on operating cash. So I think that's roughly where we're at. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that's where the 1, 2, 2, 3 taken off gets you. I'm just doing a couple more numbers here. Let's see. So if we took that debt service off, 899,536 on 25 and 1,997,854 on 26. Let's see, so 25 would be 5262754 minus 1,899,536. Yeah, so backing that off, you can't use that money to get to operating is 3,363,218, and backing off. We'd be in the hole on the 26 column if we backed off the 1,997,000. So it'd be 141,9475 minus 1,997,854. Be a negative 578,379. Again, that's without making that adjustment to either contingency for cash carryover or the road and bridge.
Okay.
Okay.
So at the not to exceed 3.15 mils in excess of revenue neutral, how much cash was that leaving the county with?
All depends on what we have put in contingency.
With having the same mill levy, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's back to those. That's back to those numbers. Actually, I've already backed that off on the 2025. Sorry, I just noticed that. That would be back to the 6,486,619 because I've already backed off the 1.899 in that column. So yeah, I'd be back to the 526. So it's down. The way I look at it, like when you back these numbers off that average, you've had an average cash carryover. It's column D. So you take off those reserve funds and the jail construction average and ARPA, you have an average cash balance over the last 7 years of 8,272,529, and there's going to be ups and downs in there, but that's kind of the average. You get down to 5 million. Because we already took the 1.8 million off. So if we get down to the 6,486,000, that's where it would be based on leaving it at the same mill levy in the middle column of 2025, and it would be roughly zero or even less in 2026 if you even have the cash. If you have the cash carryover, so once we kind of set this up, where you tell me where you want to be, I'll update that worksheet so that you know where cash is at.
Okay, so I need a little bit of clarification. I see
Yep.
some people looking at me funny.
Okay.
So if they put 3.15 mils, which is the exceed revenue neutral amount of mils that you had said, you're saying that even at that, it's still zero cash?
Okay, so That's the way the budget is right now. So let's just go so I can kind of explain this so you see how the general fund works, okay? Because it's definitely the one that is probably hit the hardest. So if you go to, let's start on page 3. Keep going. Okay, right there. Stop on page 3. The reason we had some cash drop, and this is just my conservative side of me because I'm an accountant, but I changed the 790
Rerun the spreadsheet
that was in there
last time and-
on the interest on idle funds. That's the first significant drop. Because what this does is that I'm not saying you won't get to 790, but there's a lot of unknowns. So if I put in and say it's 790, that's almost 200,000, which is about what 2/3 of probably about half, a little bit less than half a mil. I would put that in there at 790 and you didn't get it. Well, we built the budget down below with that extra 200,000 in it, and that's really a false narrative.
Right.
I'm not sure what interest rates are going to do, and I don't think anybody has that glass ball. So I've always tried to be conservative. That's the first point. If you go to the bottom of the general fund, go down to the next page, Danielle. Right now, based on this budget, without any changes, that 318 is the middle column I brought over here from the employee benefits fund, because it could potentially be out of money in the middle column on 2025. And then you get that. So that if that was not there because we levied more in the general fund because we had to take it from the employee benefit because it was a negative number. If you go to the next page, well, actually to page 6, then this is really what the cash you have left right there in the contingency, because that's the way your former clerk, I think, balanced cash carryovers. So if you look at that, you would have, without any changes at all, in the way the budget is, you have 1,451,513. And so it used to be budget was done that way. Probably 6-7 years ago, there was no cash reserve in the 26 column. You just built it into capital outlay, or you did this contingency. I'm sure that's why he did it this way. I like this. It spells it out. These are the things we're setting cash aside for in case they happen. And again, that 888,513 is not a designated. It just says capital outlay, and that's the way it literally capital outlay is the plug line in the past. But I can move that anywhere you want.
So the reason for the inquiry is because today's the day that they're going to vote to exceed revenue neutral, not to exceed a certain number of mills. And so they need to know what those mills are in order to have a comfortable level of cash reserves remaining. And so
Absolutely.
It's both the budget and the cash reserves that they're considering when they're deciding how many mills they need that not to exceed number to be.
Yes, I totally understand. So that's the question back is, do you want the contingency to go away? Or do you want to use it like this? And the only cash carryover I have right now is the 318. And what we could actually do, if you wanted to, is we could move the 318 up here as a line item. We have regular insurance there. You see 80,000.
Mm-hmm.
We could go in and we could put a line item that says employee benefits, 2025, and put that in as a contingency and not leave it in cash. What that does, that leaves it at 0. The only thing you could add to this potentially is if the road and bridge, 1.2 million or whatever that is, that may be doubled up a little bit in the all districts. If you remove that levy from the road and bridge, we can move the levy over to the general. And that 1.2 million either becomes a contingency line item for other things, or we can show it as cash. Does that make sense?
Jason, Jim, do you have any questions? Allison? Sorry, you were talking.
I did have questions, but I think I have it. I'm understanding.
So what I hear you saying, Scott, is we reduce road and bridge. What we're reducing that by, we can call that the cash carryover. And then we're
Yeah,
still
we could.
keeping our mill levy currently is what it's showing.
That would leave the mill levy where it's at right now, with the general fund getting more cash because the levy is not as great in the road and bridge fund.
Correct. Still have the contingency where it's sitting, and then cash would be 1.2 million, the difference in road all and road 2
Yeah.
being double.
Right.
Do you feel like the motion should be more of like four mills instead of saying the 3.15, just to make sure? Or what are your thoughts?
I think we should try to stay at the 3.15. And
remember, he did say if we stuck to the 3.15 over revenue neutral, that's on average about 36, did he say $36 per taxpayer?
Yeah, so
Increase.
if
$100,000
that one's a little,
house.
that one's a
If
little
your home
harder
is worth
to-
100,000.
You can ask.
So the question is, on page 1, where you have the 24, at that bottom where you say cash reserves and you say ideal cash reserve, 5 million, 2 million, 2 million, 100,000, do you see
Yep.
that?
Yep.
And
Yep.
then you say difference of current cash minus ideal, overfunded, underfunded?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so are you saying that at the 3.15 mils, that the cash reserve for those different line items is the amount in that far right column?
No. So what that is, let's go back and explain. Let's just use the general fund here, how that table works. That is the 2024 expenditures you just finished up with in 24. They've not been audited, but I'm sure they're fairly accurate, okay? So 10,082,102 is divided by 12, and that's how you get the 840. So assuming you keep the same expenditures in 25 and 26, that one number I showed you when I came down on Friday, I just was hand writing it in there. You have a sheet that's in red, I think, that we just wrote in there. That number at the ideal cash reserve would be based on the 840 if your expenditures did not go up in 25. And the 5.9 is the actual ending cash at the end of 24. So the 909 is what you would be over the 6 months of reserves, the way I do this calculation. But I think on that one sheet I just scribbled quickly there, it shows you how the cash drops off if you have the same expenditure. So you're going from cash of 5.9 down to, I don't remember what I think I had there, 25 is that number I just gave you. Is, and I'll have to go back, and I've done this very quickly, but it's about 6.486 mil, 6,486 with the reserves taken off, and there's other reserve. I'm going to have to do some numbers before I can tell you that exactly, but you're sitting in a pretty good position at 24, but once it keeps going, and you stayed at revenue neutral in 25, I believe, didn't you?
Yes.
That's correct.
You stated, yeah. So the cash will continue to drop.
Well, let me ask it differently. If they say the revenue neutral rate is not to exceed 3.15 mils, are you comfortable with the amount of cash that then leaves them in each of these line items?
Yes, I'm more comfortable. I would say that way. I'm more comfortable than going revenue neutral, and it's your decision. I'm probably a little bolder on this one because I had a county last year, and the clerk took it over, but.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you off, but the idea is I think they're ready to make a motion to extend the revenue neutral rate, and they just want to make sure, because they can't exceed whatever they say today, that whatever they say today is sufficient to have the requisite amount of cash reserves.
300,000 going to be.
Yes, I'm comfortable with 3.15. They can, like you did last year, you can always reduce it. You can go back to revenue neutral if you want at the budget hearing.
But 3.15 is sufficient to keep that ideal cash reserve in those respective funds.
I don't know if I'd use the word ideal. but yes, it would keep extra cash. Okay, that's an attorney's. I'm saying that you're going to, the reserve funds, you've got sufficient reserve funds. You have other money. If something comes up, we can pull it from equipment reserve or whatever to get by. But yes, the same mill levy to me, that 1,223,000 helps keep the cash at least where it needs to be to move forward.
Okay.
That's my recommendation, and then you guys can do what you want. You don't. I mean, I'm just telling you what I feel.
All right.
What were you asking?
I was saying that if you said raise it to 4 mills over,
It wasn't that I wanted it to
I know,
be there,
I'm not-
but I was just thinking.
I know,
it would give
I'm just
a lot
saying
of-
we'd be talking, you know what, $275,000 to $300,000 more is all we're talking by doing that. That 0.85 mil is,
Yeah.
that was what I was trying to
Yeah,
explain. I
think
wasn't
I would
questioning.
be okay
you.
with that because I don't think we're gonna get there, but it gives us some flexibility to kind of work through some of the road and bridge and the sheriff's budget, the larger budgets that we, you know, if we do make decisions to increase, they're huge, they're pretty large increases, so we need.
Right.
So
But I think we'll be fine as long as we got that 1.22
I
to
just,
play with the cuts we've already made, with
yeah,
the things we found and stuff that way. I think we'll be okay
I think
from that standpoint. So I'll make a motion that we exceed revenue neutral by 3.15 mils, not to exceed 3.15 mils, and continue to work on the budget prior to the hearing.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Jim, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't really want to do that, but go ahead.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Okay.
And then would you like Scott to be present or available for your revenue neutral hearing, your exceeding revenue neutral hearing?
Sure. I mean, do you have any opposition to that?
No,
I
I
don't
don't.
really care.
If he's,
either way.
if we
Wait,
have,
pause?
if we have a scheduling conflict, then I don't know that it's necessary that he's here.
We can kind of figure out, we need to have that by Friday, you know, just the date and time and all that, but I could do Zoom like this too. That'd be another option if we can't be in person, just in case something comes up.
What was the date that we had to have it?
We have
September.
to have it by September 20th.
I would.
And
September
I double
15th is a
checked.
holiday.
Yeah, and I double checked with the state of Kansas this morning. There's an attorney general opinion that says you can't, for revenue neutral, exceeding revenue neutral, you can't go outside those dates. So one of the questions Danielle asked, which is a great question, can we have it on September 22nd, which is the Monday because the 20th falls on a Saturday. So, but I double checked with the state, and the attorney general's opinion states that revenue neutral has to be followed in all aspects. And so the date is tied to September 20th.
So we have to have the hearing before September 19th.
Can we do September 8th? I think I'm gonna be gone September 2nd. My niece is getting married.
Scott, do you have any availability September 8th?
So September 8th is the one I sent you. I believe that is a, hold on here a minute. Get back to your email. Let's see, September 8th is, I'm in.
So why don't
I'm in Pratt. That's the one I was in.
why don't we
Pratt
just
County
call a
at
special
1 p.m.
meeting and have the hearing there? It'll go out on the notices. I mean, what if we do it on that Wednesday or something along those lines on the 10th? Is that, would that be doable?
I think I'm tied up that week, September 10th. That week.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna be okay. What about that last week of August?
So I'm gonna be leaving.
20
the
The 27th, Wednesday or
Do
Monday?
it on Monday, the 20th?
Can we do it on Monday, the 25th, Scott?
So Monday, the 25th is when I'm, at Brown. They were gonna vote on it this morning, but I haven't heard, but they have it at Brown County at 9 a.m. on the 25th of August.
Okay, so
Does he have to be here?
I don't think he has to be here. He doesn't have to be here. We'll have everything already lined up. We'll have all the information in front of us. The people will come up and tell us what they don't like and what they do like, and we'll
Yep.
move forward with how we feel, right?
I'm
What
gonna
we need to
have it
do.
on September 8th, just the same day. Are you thinking it should be a different day though?
No, I'm not. If we wanted him there, I was
Yeah.
thinking we could make it a different day to try to work into schedules, because it wasn't seeming like it was gonna work on a Monday.
So
Yeah.
you wanna have it, since we have to publish it?
Wait,
If
Jim,
you
are
do
you
it on-
saying you're not gonna be here on the 8th of September?
Oh, yeah, you said the 10th, but
I'm week I'm tied up, I think. I'm not for certain, but I think I am.
So let's do August 25th, right? So that we get,
25th to work, the 25th of August to work fine with me.
okay, let's do that one
If
for
you
our
did-
hearing. We don't need Scott there. And
if you
we'll,
did the hearing,
1 PM? Or-
I personally don't think we need Scott. If we have the numbers, I think we can handle it.
okay, me too, Jim.
Scott, did you have something to add?
I was just gonna say, if you did it on, August 25th, I think the Brown County's at 9, and if you did it like at 10 or 11, probably 11, because that's gonna be a very volatile one. At 11 that morning, I could actually be on Zoom if you need me, and if you don't need me, that's fine too.
Because you have your regular meeting, that's too.
Right.
I just feel like 11 would be fine. Then we can just finish up the meeting.
I think we stop the meeting and have the hearing, and that's what we've done in the past.
Yep.
Okay,
11 a.m., August 25th. We need a motion.
okay.
All right, Scott, we're locking in August 25th at 11 a.m.
And I'll put, Teams by it, so we know that it's. Yeah, okay.
Sure of that day.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we hold the budget hearing to exceed revenue neutral for August 25th of 2025 at 11 a.m. during our regularly scheduled commission meeting.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Oh, wait.
That's 4. Are you for or opposed, Jim?
4.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. I need help with that.
Okay.
You have anything else?
All right. You want to
Yeah.
talk about those? We're good with Scott. You want to talk about those other budgets with Jim while we got him on here?
While you're on, Jim, do you have time or do you want to do it when you get back next week?
We could do it next week.
I don't care, whatever you guys want to do, it don't matter. How long do you think it'll take?
So the only thing I would like to establish would just be the ones that we are going to go over next week.
Okay.
I'm prepared
Okay.
to be ready to go on. Like if you
I
have
think
questions,
that would make sense.
like if he has questions on health department, I want to know that so I can work this week of like, what are those questions? Get with the health department, talk to them, kind of see what's going on, you know?
Scott, do you want to stay on the line?
Well, my
Well,
question,
okay.
Yeah, you can linger in and pipe in if you have something to contribute.
Say, it would be nice to be able to have a little time here to do homework, and get you like the road and bridge, trying to figure out the road and bridge for sure. And we don't want to cut it too short, and figure out, the health department, like you said, I think it was 18,000, but some of those things like that, and then get you a height where the unencumbered cash is really at. after we've
Well,
decided this.
I'm just waiting a week and let's do our homework on what we're doing. And, and
Yeah.
the question is with the health department, there's just the 4 counties and the 4 counties is south and west of us that have it, that what it costs the taxpayers isn't near as much as what it costs us as far as the levy in Linn County.
Would you like me to ask Amanda to be
Anita,
present for the
Anita?
next meeting?
Yeah.
I don't know, because, I mean, on that, I don't know yet. How do we want to conduct that? Because
If we're having a discussion over her budget, I think she should be.
she should be here. Okay, my only question with that was, I don't have a problem with her coming over, or whichever one we're discussing, making sure that those department heads or elected officials are here for the discussion. But my understanding was like those surrounding health departments, they're ran completely different than we are running our health department. That's the difference in cost. So, if we're really, if we're gonna dive deep into it, then if that's the question.
Well-
That was my justification for her budget, and it has been in the past. So, Jim, if you have a different view on that, we need to have all the numbers from the surrounding areas and how they are operating.
All-
And it's not identical to how we operate.
I'll let you know that
No,
I'm not in
I
favor
kept,
of giving away our mill
I
levy
think
and losing.
here we are just last month, we go over and help these counties, into these other counties, it's costing us, their taxpayers near what's costing us. We're sending, employees to other counties that's working. I have concerns about it, and I've had concerns from people.
Okay, well, you can voice those next week.
So you're welcome to obviously bring that to the table. I think if we are disagreeing on something, I would like to just put it up on the screen and show where I'm coming from, because I feel like I have a different perspective after talking to Amanda, and just so the public knows where I'm at on it. If
Sounds
you guys
good to
are
me.
okay with that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
And yes, you can invite Amanda, because I think that she'd be able to explain it
Better than we can.
better than I can, for sure.
So you got disagree about health department, you wanted to list out the ones that you wanted to go over.
Yes.
So we're gonna do health department, we're gonna do mental health.
I had road and bridge, but maybe that's not, I think we do need to go over road and bridge just
Just to
because our
make sure.
numbers are messed up
Right.
versus what Jesse had sent.
I agree.
Okay, so I had road and bridge, Southeast Kansas mental health, health department, sheriff's budget.
And then were you wanting employee benefits?
I don't think
Welfare benefits, yeah.
I think I had all my questions answered on
All
that.
right, just, you were kind of hitting.
And
I would like to see on the employee benefits, if there is any negotiation, to make sure there is on the health insurance.
Okay,
See where we're at. And I mean, I'm good.
we'll get that final answer. Okay,
Okay, so I guess if
And-
you're just going through the list, do you want to just be like, we're good, really quick? Like you don't have any issues with treasurers,
those are what we have.
clerk? Okay, I'm good with them.
contingencies, I think, should be reviewed also.
What did he?
Randy, contingencies should be reviewed. Contingency.
Right, yes.
So contingency, and then I don't need to review it if we're in agreement that we add the 10,000 back for Randy for the discussion this morning.
Okay,
What are your thoughts? Do you want to have
I'm
it?
okay with it.
I'm okay with it, but I just kind of wanted to know like what he was doing with it. So now we know.
That's where I was as well, Ally. So, since there is kind of a plans, things along those lines, I feel better about it. I was just,
I think what we could work on for 2026 would be if they are having capital outlay, like requiring each department to have a capital outlay plan for 1 to 5 years, so we know what their idea is and have that attached to the budget.
correct,
So we can always review that.
with their balance.
I don't want to have to ask every year, are we buying a siren or what are we buying?
When are we gonna buy the siren?
Yeah, and it can change, but like, let's have a plan.
I do want to point out emergency management is part of the general fund, so when they didn't spend that, it does get swept into the general fund. because when they want to spend, they can spend from the courthouse general funds equipment reserve. It didn't go away. It didn't get removed from his access. It just wasn't
And that's why I'm
categorized and
saying-
earmarked specifically for
That's
his.
why I'm saying, I think we could probably get by doing a budget,
A journal entry.
a journal entry to correct that. Thank you.
I would rather correct that because I think it's really confusing. You don't have an earmark.
Sure.
Okay, we good?
Are we good on district court, Jim? Are you still there?
Jim is not there.
Okay.
Do you want me to try and dial him back?
Not good on just district court, but
He's not.
what are we gonna be?
He can't dial us back. Would you like me to dial him back?
No, you want to discuss that again?
I can ask Gina to come over.
I mean, they've already said why it's coming up, why we're doing what we have to do.
I don't need to.
They do have a capital outlay, but I don't know that they.
I don't want
Ambulance.
to either.
I think ambulance needs to be talked about because we still have a question on that for 75,000. Maybe Dawn has an answer next week.
Okay. She said she would email us.
Mhm.
Or,
So
yeah.
at least have her read the email out loud.
Yep.
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay.
Are we good? on all
Did
the
you special building? Is there
I saw
anything to
that.
discuss?
Okay.
I mean, I
Well,
don't.
one didn't our statute or our resolution say that we shouldn't be taxing for it going forward?
No, it was a,
10-year, started
But
in
it
the
was-
90s.
hold on a second. It was I'm gonna lose the word, but it was one that y'all put in the paper and voted upon it. So it cannot be rescinded without a subsequent, it was a charter resolution.
Okay, so we can't take out,
So even though it expired, it still doesn't expire until you do it again, if that makes sense.
oh,
So you
So
can
we
do
will
another
see-
resolution to terminate it, or you can do another resolution to extend it.
I'm okay with going to zeros and just leaving it.
me too.
Okay. That's what we're doing, right? That's what it shows.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good with that.
You're asking if we need money in there for
Well, if it
various other projects?
If it doesn't get spent this year, it gets flipped into the general fund. It becomes cash reserves.
Right, which we need.
Right.
Okay,
I think Jesse was working with Joy or
but I mean,
Lisa.
if we're increasing contingency in that same amount,
Mm-hmm.
it's one
we'll
or
figure it out, but
Right.
I'm good with going to zeros.
Oh, Rose is here for the executive session.
I don't have any issues on juvenile intake, county counselor, conservation, none of that. You're good, right?
Yep.
I think that's it.
Okay.
So we'll send in, would you send an email to James and all the other appropriate department heads?
Yes, I'll let these department heads know that their budget will be discussed.
What time? Do you want to do like 11 or start there? What do we have? We have a lot going on next week.
You do have a lot next week. You have the Central Square demo at 11 a.m. next week. That I'm guessing will take a chunk of time.
Okay.
Probably can't get to it till 12.
I would say plan on a later meeting.
The Randy did mention reviewing the EOP is not going to happen next week.
Yes, I heard.
So
him ask to
that's
put
being
that off.
scratched off because the EOP goes to the state. He said they review it, they redline it, then they send it back to us. So
Okay.
let's not go over it until it's redlined.
Right.
Okay. Anything else on budget?
Two things.
Go ahead.
So the first thing I want to make sure you're clear on the special building, You right now have it in actual, which the expenditures actually occurred 50, what it was, 50-some thousand.
Mhm.
The middle column has 155. So if you're concerned, it really doesn't matter as much in the general fund, but if you're concerned and you don't think those expenditures, maybe half of them are going to be done in 25 and half are going to be done in 26, you can actually split that and put it as budget authority in 26. That's, I mean, if you want to be more transparent, but if you think it's all going to get spent in 25, or in the general fund, it really doesn't matter. I'm just making note of that. So when you talked about that. And the second thing is, I just wanted to make sure I was clear. You're meeting next Monday on this. What time did you say? I didn't catch that.
12.
12 o'clock. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'll try to work with Danielle, and Lauren and I will try to work to get all these numbers kind of cleaned up on the ones you have questions on.
I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you for all you do.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get there. A new client like this where you're brand new, there's a lot of learning. But we'll get there. So if you got any questions, please send them to Danielle so that we can address them ahead of time. If there's anything that you have that you want me to look into or that's very helpful. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Moving on.
So we got 2 executive sessions left.
Yeah, before I forget it, Morgan Brown on Planning and Zoning has submitted his resignation, so I'd like to, do I have to make a motion for that? I'd like to make a motion to accept, wait. what?
I don't think we have to make a
Oh,
motion
we
to
don't.
accept him resigning
Okay.
on that one. We just, if you have somebody to approve.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm just
Okay.
letting the public know that Morgan Brown has resigned. So I'll be looking for District 2 applications for planning and zoning.
And we have
Committee seat.
Porter as well.
Yeah, I think his time expired. Is that correct? Or did he resign?
I think he resigned.
Okay.
Is
I
that
received
right?
an email.
But last meeting was his last.
Okay. So I'll have 2 to fill.
Okay.
Still.
Perfect.
Yeah, there was only 6 last time. It requires 5 to have a quorum, so just keep that in mind.
Okay.
If we can't get them filled soon, we might not be able to move forward.
Old business.
In the event, I guess they couldn't step in for their district.
No. It's a
It
conflict.
would be a
of
conflict. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
I will
Okay.
work on it. I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for 15 minutes regarding the hiring discussion on Public Works Administrator with the 2 commissioners. Rose is here, right?
Correct.
Rose.
Okay.
Returning at 12:10 or
12:11.
12:11.
12:11.
Sorry, yeah.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No action?
Commissioners, you had one interviewee that has already received 2 other job offers, and he's holding out for this position. What he needs to know today, if you don't have a decision, is there something I can relay the message to this individual for?
Can we go back into executive session to discuss? I need to know who it is.
Yeah.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion, we go into executive session,
Or 10 more minutes?
10 minutes, returning at 12:22 or 23.
For what reason?
Sorry, I think I have the clock. Going into talk about
Review applications,
review
right?
applications. Is it 754319 for
B1.
B1?
I'll
That's
second that motion.
my motion. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Did she say who's included?
Who did?
Oh, sorry. Commissioners Rose, Danielle.
Okay,
That's my motion.
second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No action? Anybody have anything else?
Keep your microphones on.
There was no action. Anybody have
Have
anything
you
else?
added an executive session with the county counselor?
For legal.
Our legal,
We still need that one.
we can postpone that one to next week. It's fine.
Well, we
If you want-
actually-
You want it? Do you
Mhm.
want it? Oh, okay, that's fine. We can go in for 10 minutes.
We probably need
You want 15?
Okay. Feeling left out.
No. There's been so much things that have happened, like they need to give us
Okay.
an update. So this is.
The attorney-client
Yep,
privilege.
attorney-client privilege,
Do you want to make it?
regarding litigation.
Okay, for 15 minutes, I'll make a motion, we recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss attorney-client privilege. And what was
Regarding litigation.
pending litigation? KSA 754319B2.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 To return at 12:39?
39, yeah, 39. No action? Anything else? Anybody have anything? Danielle?
Yeah, I do, need one executive session for 5 minutes regarding, regarding trade secrets for proprietary business of a business in the county and its relationship with the county.
Okay.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for proprietary information with the two commissioners and county council for 5 minutes, returning at 12:45 or 12:45.
I'll second it. Aye.
No action? Anybody else have anything? No.
I don't.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.